Oh, hello there. Well. Playing some Fantasy 14. It's been quite a few months since I've last played. I do have to admit. I'm kind of shooting from the hip here, hoping that the volumes are going to be fine. If not, it's whatever. It's whatever. But if this is any indicator, I think I'll just turn everything to the same thing. I do not know. Hello? A little kid cheering or something? Whatever. Yeah, kind of scuffed at the moment because... Oh, it's just... I'm turning down music from players, though. You can't stop me. It won't stop me. And I'll put it right there. It seems like a comfortable volume. If not, I'm hoping somebody will let me know. Anyways, my name is Purple Daddy. I'm neither purple or daddy. Welcome to my Strum VOD friends. Well, I assume VOD friends watching this right now. Let me pull up everything else and gonna kick it off. Arguably my least favorite character. Not that he's bad, but interesting. Let's go. Gerald, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite together, access the situation in which we find ourselves in. Okay. Let's take stock of facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers. Oh boy, I put it on auto talk. Wonder if, yeah, following abuse in just feed. Yes. Okay. So going back to last expansion, a bunch of towers showed up everywhere and people started being turned into human lampshades, from what I gathered. We have since learned that the structures were brought into being by an organization known as the The Telephone People's stated purpose to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Yep. It's all about them primals. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't get close enough to rescue anyone. Except for those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered, at least, of course. But after what happened to our involved in Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Look like a Chad. Look like Sonic the Hedgehog too. Yeah, while these threats close to home are paramount to concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, Telephone people are under the leadership of Van Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos, the Crown Prince and our dear friend, Thick Daddy Slim. Today he's reclaimed his old body, murdered the Emperor, and plunged Garlemald into even deeper pit of chaos. Chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fight in the War of Succession, but that since has changed, and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence when it did blanket the ruined sky. Or city. Yeah, I'm stupid. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nay a word spoken, did they labor to transform the place into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. Urianger, can you just like calm down, man? Can we use normal words? If they were indeed made thralls, it seems to assume that those events too were orchestrated by the telephones. I am not going to try to pronounce that. I have no idea how to pronounce that. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear is the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian. I'm sure of it. Oh yeah, that's right. The dad showed up and pretty much upset everybody. Master Fortunault's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. Well, we've received word from Mistress Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Oh, time to go to a new place. You're to head to Laminsa, and board the next ship bound for Charlian. Okay. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the student of the Baldessian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. Let me double check that this audio's doing all right. Yeah, we'll turn that down just a little bit. Pretty cool audio, but I don't know if it's drowning me out or not. Hopefully someone's going to in at any given point in time and let me know how the audio's sounding. Don't want to lose the VOD on this one. Anyways. Back over here. And on arrival, okay, yep. The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course, ahem. Should set off at once. Yeah, okay, Alphino, trying to play tough. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Yeah, you stay here. We go to the expansion. All the cool people. I'm not so sure about the quest accepting sound. Not so sure about it, but whatever. Get that TP in there. Forgot I still had Aetheryte tickets from when I did so many hunts. Speaking of which, I'm gonna spaz out here for a second and open a window. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I get all nice and comfortable like. Because I definitely don't want to go back into a 7,000 player queue. Where are we at? This way. Boy, I can't wait to level all my crafts up to max level again. Oh boy. Although this time around it'll be the first expansion where I'll be able to do it before the next patch release. Hopefully. Hopefully. Unless they incorporated a new time sync. I haven't really looked into anything in terms of what's going on. I have not spoiled myself. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable, right? The ship for Shalian should be put into port soon, so please have all your luggage close at hand. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, Tataru. Now scram, kid. Cool people bus is leaving. I did get the shark mount from the fishing trip ordeal that's at the docks. One of my favorite mounts. We got going on.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later...
Oh yeah, that's right. He's from over there too.
...is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Isn't it ironic?
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Something tells me they're gonna have a wardrobe change on the ship, and then everybody's gonna get their new garb.
Will this be your first visit to
Something
Charlton,
tells me.
Sir Estinian?
Either that or it's gonna be at Charlian.
Sir Estinian?
You not going?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a
Oh.
professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues.
He's
in an
just being a
official
big
sense.
old cuddly bear.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company,
Hell yeah.
or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Ooh. Good to hear it.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Some sick armor. Wish I had it.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Not just the world, it's like all of existence, pretty much.
And once
Like the
again, I
Landeliers.
have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Ooh, I don't like making empty promises. I like being real.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
It's real shit. Tataru.
Ah, good. You're still
Tater tot. Oh, this dude. I haven't seen him since the beginning, right? Like post Realm Reborn.
Ho you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will
Oh
do
yeah,
our
that's
part
right.
to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail! All aboard for Charlian!
I could have sworn this place was supposed to be like shrouded in secrecy or something.
It's time.
Then we
Or,
must
like
delay
people
no
aren't
longer.
supposed to just
We will contact you the moment we learn
freeload
all value.
over there.
Wish us luck.
At least that's what I was led to believe.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
No. You don't get loot by being careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
That just remind me, probably don't even see, yep, you don't even see the subtitles. I'll fix everything once I get out of this cutscene.
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Title card? Thought that was a title card moment.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Okay, okay.
Here. Feel. Think.
So we're starting to hear Heidelin again. And she's sounding more
The day has barely dawned,
human?
my fellow earlier riser.
Dude, are you staring at me while I'm sleeping?
Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
My shoulder pad's just straight up blocking what my mouth is doing.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Remember what? I mean, the song has reappeared multiple times. What are you? Interesting.
My voice yet reaches you.
Is that supposed to be Heidelin? Menthelia.
Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Dang. Dang. I can trust your words, not why now?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal.
That means... That would mean I would be tempered, right? How does that work? Like, is her tempering so strong with the quote blessing that it just rules out any other additional tempering? I have a feeling that's what they're building it up.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
The promise? What?
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
We traded in Arbor and got Heidelin as our ghostly navigator. Okay.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Let's go! Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
There's the giant bucket of water.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Oh, it's auto-playing.
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
There's the title card.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
I was gonna say the architecture is that of Edelshire.
Men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Papers, please.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian. and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
You're on the literal island of knowledge and you're trying to, like, pull a fast one on these people? I somehow feel like it isn't going to go over well.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldassian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
And we're gonna steal it!
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Champion of Eorzea, artisan, adventure by trade. I guess. I don't think it's gonna matter. I'm picking champion of Eorzea. I don't care.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Hell yeah.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it? Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Yeah, you better believe it.
And you, sir?
You're gonna believe it by the end of the expansion.
Justinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
He's having an existential crisis. Oh, shit.
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I'm gonna be very, very angry with you.
Dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I think...
Oops.
Kryl, it is good to see you.
Hell yeah, Kryos G.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
All right. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at all these people. All right. We'll be right back. I'm going to do a little tweak-in of the stream. I'll be right back. Alright, I had to pop back in because... Oh, did they leave? Oh no, there it is. Look at that. Slippy Fist. SOS. The Fistful. Just had to bring it on back just to show that off. Alright. Now I even have it to where I can pop my little logo in and out whenever there's a cutscene too. So... hopping back over. That was actually one thing that I need to do is I wanted to play everything. Minus performance. Okay, I think we're good on everything. I won't get awkward silences whenever I tab out. Right. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Ooh. Horse chestnut weapon coffer. Yes, please. What are we looking like here? I forgot to empty out my armory, so hopefully I got room. I do. I think it's the same as mine, isn't it? No, mine's better. It look like though. What that thing looking like though? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That looks cool. Looks cool, but doesn't go with my... It's literally my... It's literally my sword. Just some flowers on it. Dang. That looks better anyways. Actually, let me try that on one more time and let me unsheath it. Does it do anything cool? Doesn't look like it. Alright. Fair enough. Let's keep on keeping on. Another coffer. Okay, I'm about to get like all my armor pieces. It seems. Look at that. Bam. The logo's gone. At least I hope it is. Looks like it is. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. Ooh, right to the point. Like it. But this is Geralt and Estinian's first time. Okay, now we get the tour. And for the rest of you, a homecoming was long overdue. Places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and try and get your bearings through the city. Once you settle in, we can reconvene at Paldesian Annex. I can't wait for Asmund to get to this part. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. Okay. Pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. Doing rogue stuff. Crack 'em. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? And I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Sounds pretty good, Crown. You were always my favorite Lala. Probably my... Well, no. There's still, Rabadon? His boy? Pippin? He's pretty good. Till we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. I like his style. Yeah, just let the dude wander. Dude's out there living his best life, and you're just like, no, I want to put you on my ride. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Of course, if you'll have me. Now let's do it. I'm not so sure about the quest acceptance music. Frames are dropping a little bit. There might be a lot of people here. Before I do that, oh, you know what? They're probably just going to lead me to the Aetheryte anyway, so. Alright. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet or by putting him... Oh man. I hope you can run. If you wish to have... Return and speak with them. Okay. Next, try speaking with Kyle. Got a little escort mechanics. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. That's a pretty cool name for a cafe. On the west side of the harbor. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Crown at the designated location. What is it, like 2 feet away? While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer topics of discussion. Ooh, we get some lore. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Alright. Yeah. Coming along. Alright, that's pretty cool. Don't have to RP walk. I am a fan of that. Head to the Last Stand while being accompanied. I'm gonna go ahead and click on this. Clicking on all the glowies. Let me go to where's the big one? I'm going over here first. Going over here first. Look at them, they're all excited. Yeah, we're jumping around now. Let me put this like here. I need to do some UI scaling. After all. Grab this one, and I'll grab this next one, and then I'll go to the quest objective. Something tells me I'm going to escort them all over the place, so. Just continue business as usual. We allowed him out here? Hell no. Hell no. Whatever. Do, however... My boy, are you okay? Graha? You... Okay. Alright, cool. Pretty cool, Graha. Pretty sick trick you got there. Well, we're gonna stand in here and then I get to talk to y'all. What up? And here we are, the Last Stand. I may have mentioned this before, but oh, you know what? I forgot to block my chat. Let's see. May have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. Yeah, you like your generic bread. How can I put this? The food is bland and encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. Prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste distant second. There was one pupil at the stadium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit lessons and poured all of his savings into a proper eatery. So the last stand, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool little lore bit. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost to fine dining in Charlian. The one and only bastion of culinary arts and... Oh, so I could probably, like, level my cooking here, too. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu. Not that I've ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but surely Tartaru has taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. It's just there. Good on you. So... I'm not seeing any unlockables for culinary, so keep on going. I do, however, need to tone down the graphics a little bit. The high amount of people is a little too much. Maybe it's just the real-time reflections. How are we looking now? Little better. Disable rendering of objects when not visible. Okay, yeah. Let's drop everything to like a normal. Gonna hurt a little bit, but for the sake of performance and not getting stutters or crashes for that matter. I am not sitting in a queue that long. It's still kind of bleh. Let me try tuning something else. Map resolution. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Use low detail models on shadows. Shadow resolution. We are dropping that bad boy. Normal. Weak. Filtering. 8 times should be fine. Sort of. I do 4 times. How's that? Usually anti-aliasing is the big culprit in performance drops. Yeah, I had to turn it off for my model. But I think we're doing good enough. Everywhere else should be better. Once I leave the major city. It's just that there's so many people here. So it's going to get a little laggy. Just a little bit. An unusual shape, isn't it? I can't turn my camera to let you know how I feel about it. I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now begin the diligent tour guide. I would like to mention Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. It's much vaunted to discoveries are the real Charlian stands at forefront of teleportation technology. Deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what essentially is lost art. Now if we go to our next destination, our path leads us northeast to Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. Oh boy. Let me set home point here. I have a feeling I will be needing it. Northeast, you say? Let's go. Everybody, people are ready at the market board. Discuss the bookstalls. You mind if we browse the shelves a moment? There might be some hidden gems for you to read. Only a moment, how optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. What about not you? What about you? These little open-air bookstores are so unique. Normally start out as a comic site and I visit other nations. Okay, cool story. Cool story. People are already leveling up their crafts. You love to see it. Yeah. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian as well as a wide selection of imported goods. I also used to sell questionable prototypes of various research institutes. I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Pretty cool crowd. Am I overselling it? Ahem. On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one that has a particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to the imposing buildings at the very top. Cool. Do it. Don't kick off that sprint. Looks like I could get up this way. Okay, okay. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta reopen my window. I'm back. People in my FC asking if people have crafting macros. I don't use crafting macros. Weather features. What is this, the weather vane or something? These little decorative features are your typical Charlian architecture, aside from research there. Simple by comparison. Alright. Cool. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. Charlian's water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. I'm wondering if, like, Thaliak is gonna become a primal that we have to fight later. I wonder. I gotta respond to these people. Time to go up. And air. A lot of people, whenever they craft in Final Fantasy, they like to use macros. Me, not so much. This grand structure before you is Rastra. Rastra. The name refers to original public platform erected here upon a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. So it's Capitol Hill. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of the members remain unchanged. Largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. He just wants to read his books, or he's just like staring at me. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. Well, it would be nice to take a look as well, but my camera appears to be locked. The vista put me in mind my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Bit by bit, those new buildings grow into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. Let's see, feel free to come up here and whenever you wish. I don't think that... Excuse me. Counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs and to the east and continue straight ahead. Okay. Now I can take a look. Pretty cool. Don't remember what was my hide HUD button. I could have sworn one of these. Oh, we got that. Okay. Maybe I got it under keybinds. System. Toggle. Is it scroll lock? Hey, there we go. Now we're looking pretty cool. What are y'all doing? Interesting. Hello. Where do we gotta go? Gotta go down here. Someone brought up a good point. Using macros to make stuff in bulk definitely does help. Because I have done stuff in bulk and lost my mind over it. But then I found it. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who have put ashore with Archon Yun Kremph built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for most important officials and the old Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. The estate belongs to... Well, I can't quite see. One of our friends, the House Livier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope this has proven to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Now that we head directly to Baldessian Annex. Oh, shall we head directly to Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the 8th Right Plaza. Or I'm gonna follow the mini-map. They're still gonna escort? Yep. Where's the, not supposed to be around here, huh? Second, I thought I recognized that name. I am mistaken. Where we at? Where we at? Bring it up. Jeez. Some chill music, nothing crazy, but it's chill. Chill. Here. Do I have to go through here? That's a definite nope. Look at that, fellow soul of the craft. Tea. Done with the escort yet? The joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you this is the Baldessian Annex. Continue uphill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon. Okay. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you up there another time. Inside with you then. Oh, yes ma'am. Yes ma'am. I'm back, and I brought Geralt and Raha with me. You were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Geralt. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Of course you have. Saved the world like 4 times. Ojikal? OJ Simpson? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce OJ, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees it. Okay, for a second there I thought that was a woman. Whoops. He oversees the day-to-day business of it. I'm just so used to like women lalas being around. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kryle and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. And to you, sir. Place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. Unfortunate. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. Rise up! But first we must ensure that the telephori fail. Telephone people. Though that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. Probably gonna go talk to Heidelin some more. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Adrian, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for our afternoon doze. Okay, Graha. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. But simply that we often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Adrian just deal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such as naps might last well into the following morning. Some bomb nap rooms. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long coming in. I'll wait for you in the main hall. Ooh. Pretty cool. Well then, look at all these people. A lot of people. And I'm not quite sure. I used to have a binding to click on the, okay, I have to actually go in here. All right. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition.
Telophoroid.
At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal.
Kind of shifted my seat a little bit.
The
I got a
first
bad
involves an
spine after all.
investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
Alright, just one second.
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Messed up.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Boom boy.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Yeah, I didn't agree to that
You
emote.
are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Is the moon trying to kill us?
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
Kisses.
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
Did what?
Consider
Stinian
this all our
says.
rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
All right. Got a chess piece. Let's see what we got going on. Something tells me it's gonna match what that sword is. Well, let's take a look. Could be cool. Could be pretty cool. What we got? Compared to what I have now? Definitely not better. But we will try it on just to see what it looks like. No thank you. My armor's better, as you can see. Why aren't you looking at me? You're looking at me. Look good. How about this? You like that? You like that? It's a glitch, you know? It's a glitch. Boys. Ladies. It's all ladies and a boy. Alright, where's Chestnut Foot gear? Oh yeah, that's right. Belts are no longer a thing now. An unsettling change has come over Charlian. But together, we will divine the underlying cause of the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselor's directly fruitless endeavor. They seem to have really come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archives of historical records of any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress had been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now I have this band of willing reinforcements. The search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Nomenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives to the western edge of the woods. Cool. I'm assuming, you know, you gotta like do one at a time, so I'm gonna do this one first. It's like I have to go to like one zone a pop. Dang, there's a lot of people on. Oh, this is badass, dude. Hell yeah, now this is a quality of life change. I've always wanted that. Just never thought to ask. Anyways. I'm gonna put on the Nikes. Do a little sightseeing. Get a good look at things. I mean, granted, it's all reused assets, but you know. There's some new things here and there. I heard they removed the Aether Compass. I think you only get Aether Currents through questing and such. But let me take a look. Because I saw my Aether Compass was gone. Travel. Aether Currents. Yeah, it's like... Oh, gotcha. Saw it gone off the hotbar. Good old Frains helping me out. Yeah, I'm in my shit. Okay, I guess I'm already amended. They said it's under collections. Purple Archive and Aether Compass. I want it... Where did I used to put it? I think right here, right? Okay, that was definitely not what I wanted. Which was... Man, it's been so long. I think it's Shift F. Control F. Okay. Where am I at here? I am definitely not in the right area. Where am I? Where am I? Speak with Kryl outside. It's over here. Over here wandering around a bit too much. Keep seeing this group, the Fistful FC. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand out before the doors of Charlian's greatest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one many at that, for the archives of Namanon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Gubal library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Cool. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded to access certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphanode will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of these subjects will make it easier to spot the sort of clues we are looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they find some promising tomes. Happy reading. Oh boy. Oh boy. 3 books in the Namanon. Alright, let's start on the left. Brightly colored book. Story of Charlian. Read the book? Yep. I can go in there and see a Rodagan man by the name of Young Kremp. Young Kremp was a student of astrology, and he divined that flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Young Kemp's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not yet passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash its vessel to pieces. With only moments, teleported and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Alabath's spine. Oh, okay. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over a dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Standing by the site, Yun Kempf gathered to him and his crew as grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. So it'll be like north of the spine. They landed on the beach of the island. They settled upon that spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it came to the city of Charlian. Okay, so it's this place. Pretty cool. Red cover book. Rose of the Old. Charlian colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the Aetherial Sea. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea to found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread, growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdoms of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took the calling to the calling itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussed turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Edelshire. Okay. To introduce the most prominent features of this book, does not appear additional information on the forum or cover history. Okay. Alright. Other bound tome. What? No, don't read the book right now. What are you? Look at him go. Look at those little legs go. Hell yeah. All right. What are you doing? Civic policy and other matters. Important words signed in Ecclesia, probably from speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but the year 201 of the 6 whatever, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation now would be led by a body of 99 members. This is okay, so it's the forum. Okay. Okay. Something tells me it's going to be this one. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Young Krem, founder of the Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought on by the breakage of spirit upon raising Sullen Island. He instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Hell yeah. The Charlians took heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other. A nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, and in squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be battered for wealth in coin. And the more the wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings, and for the sake of the better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. Head outside and okay. Let us skedaddle. You know, these people. I forgot release dates today for them. I'm gonna be kind of be with them. Sorry, were you waiting long? Wanted to make sure I borrow at least a few promising volumes. Alpha Note and Krell should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. Alright, Graha, you're not Urianje. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. The fact that there's no music is making me wonder. It's just ambient noise. It would be nice to invite everyone here to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and asked how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphanode and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. You hate to see it. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. What of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard? Or, yeah, Ilsabard. In fact, for generations, many people that dwell in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of island of Thavnir. Bro, you guys are dropping a lot of places. A lot of new places. I'm not going to remember them. My lordy. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikodi to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umlo Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. When the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, and that might prevent remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? Oh boy. For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region to Locus Among Us. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of the illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. That sounds familiar. That's our boy, isn't it? House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs after all. The Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge of and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with Allagan Eye, I was given over the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I've never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Nah, it's cool. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Sois, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and waifus and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity. We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon, and get tattoos on our necks like a gang. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation in which citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Geralt. More companies should be arriving any moment now. Butters. Alright. Wait at the spot once again. Okay. We return with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed, Mistress Kryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, I might ask you a few questions related to the final days. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Well, you couldn't skip cutscenes. My thanks. Now, where to begin? Oh wait, Amarat, never mind. I'm thinking of the other place from Realm Reborn. First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter in the final days drew nigh? Well, a bunch of angels from Evangelion showed up. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the Aether, complete destabilization of creation magics. Sure. Pretty sure it was that one. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers to creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the art of creation had survived until the present day, we might have something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, the techniques were not preserved or passed on. Okay, so before I continue reading, I have a bit of a prediction. I'm thinking with this whole arts of creation magic, perhaps that is how Xenos got his body back, because they learned about the art of creation, probably took his, you know, soul from the life stream and just plopped it back in. I mean, we did it with Ishtola in a way, but alright, let's keep going. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Alphanod, you can answer this one? Yeah, Alphanod, you pull your weight here. Yeah. You do some work for once as I read your dialogue. The Amarotines were debating the cause of an anomaly which had been observed in the lands across the sea. By this fact alone, we can deduce that the final days occurred not at all once the world over, but rather had a point of origin which it began to spread. Others also spoke of keening sound rising from the land itself. Just before a region was visited by catastrophe, we never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So it's like the trumpet of the apocalypse thing. Are we dipping into Revelations here? So the ground was crying out, you say, to be considered the harbinger of doom. It must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which mention such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity, and what definitive action did they take? They He summoned Zodiark. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that, well, I thought it was they summoned both Zodiark and Hydaelyn. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have them allowed to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venet and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephori truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. Well, it's probably the merging. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs is forcing people to summon primals as a kind of catalyst. They attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics. Maybe it's just like one big old primal that they made scream or something, or Hydaelyn. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return to our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but it's time we began studying these research papers. Gonna get Fivehead up in here. Wait at the designated location once again. Okay. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one of two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garon oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. 'Tis even less likely if the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should, perforce, be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunat with knowledge of the Telephori and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion they were posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whether privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Or they're dealing with something bigger. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Okay. No, I want to bang my sword on some heads. You got two eyes, read both of them. You labor for what it feels like ages, as Y'shtola's research assistant. Okay. Cool. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects that are mentioned? Sure did. Then the day was well spent. Should you read Wisdom again, a moment at the reference desk will point you to the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest that you take a well-deserved rest, as we might be occupied with our research for some time. Okay. What kind of boots am I wearing? Nope, my boots are better. My boots are better. We'll take a look at them. We'll give them a little peep. Just a little peep. Just gotta, you know, give it the try on. I mean, they're all right looking. Nothing fancy. Okay. Okay, let me click on Alizé. Little munchkins getting in the way. Alright. Ready for a tea bag, Geralt? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around a bit. Speaking of which, I'm gonna take 2. I'll stretch my legs. Be right back. All right, we back. We back. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me there near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Ooh. Get away from these books. I'll use the Aetherite system. Oh, smart am I? That was my buddy there for a second. Okay. Go there. Yeah, that new Aetherite system is super helpful. I think I forgot to grab the Aetherite up there. Very chill music. As busy ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested in hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telephori. You might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Jose is now accompanying you. Okay. My thing is probably nobody is going to know about it. What? Wait, what is it? Can a man not enjoy a meal? A moment of private respite? If you are looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You must misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew of the Telephori. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we know hold dear. Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? Well, Alize, I think it's about time you beat it. And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge in their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I have naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Gerald. Giving him the tude. Give him that tude. Yes, I don't believe I had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we're hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephori and their unconscionable plans. Oh, yes, you're looking at me? Hello. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunault that I was helping you... I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Right? Oh, where? Oh, there we go. It's Dickin. What up, Dickin? Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Oh, you gotta always ask the bartender. Wait, is that Mr. Salitzay I see there? My word, how long has it been? Old Dickin's a good old chap. Far too long. Meet Dickin, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the Studium. It seems like an age now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphina had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? Hell no. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. So, no matter how discreet Master Fortunault may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickin, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yep, people kept in the dark. People being kept in the dark. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. Alright, here's another prediction. They kept the citizens in the dark so that people wouldn't attempt to dig out the answers because the answers would burn them in the end. I bet it was for good reasons. We'll see. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? And few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might get answers you were looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Sure. Okay. Okay. I did not consent to that emote. Not in the slightest. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. Oh boy. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makoti gentleman. He ordered oven-baked lobster. So the girls get an omelet, lobster for the bros, and then the other one, the tea for the other people. It doesn't even say, like, watch me 3 for 3 this. Let's go over here. So these are... This is the tea set. Oh my, tea set. Lovely, thank you. The telephone. Who? I'm sorry, but I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Okay. Yep. Just seems like the population's kept in the dark. The ladies get the omelet. Sub ladies. Ah, finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. Okay. What? The Telephori? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. Yeah, and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Let's stay out of it. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. And then... dudes. What up, dudes? At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've skimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days, this is the first I've ever heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is. They're collectors of sorts. Oh, war scavenger. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. Okay, that sounds evil as shit, bro. So a name for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. They're vultures. These Telephori make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Okay. Got a little bit of information out of them. Let's go. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring one's whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks elsewhere, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from gossips and their wagging tongues. Okay. Be over here. Let's gotta pad out the story before venturing out. Gotta pad it out a little bit. Gotta get that info. Over here. Ooh. Let me see the hunt vendor. It's not unlocked yet. Son of a biscuit. Alright. I just want to use it. Go. Yes, it should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
Perhaps it's to protect
Father
you.
argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt.
Oh, I could already smell the real intent. I could smell it so well. He just wants to keep his baby safe. Or he is a dick.
Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
The Gleaners.
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the Gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And Gleaners answer to the... If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
It's always with Alizé that, you know, gotta break and bend the rules. Yeah, I think she breaks the rules more than Thancred in that aspect. At least breaking customs, I should say. Now that's a solid sound. I don't think they played that sound yet. That's solid. Alright. Actually, I keep forgetting. I'll scarf down. Oh. Scarf one of these down. I don't know if it affects quest XP or whatever. Doesn't hurt to try. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Okay, double checking to see. Okay. Ray got this one. Let's just do this. I assume, like, going into that area is probably going to be a dungeon of some sort. Guess we'll see. There we are. Welcome back, Gerald. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleamers. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but, as you say, they ultimately answer to the forum. Cracking myself up. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola has observed earlier, Nemenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Geralt and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of what particular period of ancient history, Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somewhat certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. Could be putting a move on Zodiark itself. Alright there, buddy. Buster Brown over here. Let's go ahead and... Yeah, that's good. That's good, and you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and just, do that. Why is that not sending? Wait a second. Let me refresh this. Not quite sure why, but my chat wasn't even working before? Maybe? I don't know. It seems to be working fine now. Interesting. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I want to get the loot. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude that Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secretive ends. Maybe they want to make Sharlayan the last surviving place while everything else gets shit on. That could be another issue. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthoros and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Oh boy. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Okay, okay. Ready? Labyrinthos is not far from here, but you might find a path a bit disorientating. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alisaie and try not to fall behind. Okay. So stupid. Jack over there having a blast as well. Oh, now we run. All right. Keep to the path, straight ahead. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. We cross this bridge. I'm a sprint. I'm a win. I'm a win across the bridge. Win. I'm the winner. Do the skirt, skirt. Do the skirt, skirt. And up here. I guess I'll just follow Jack up there. Jack moves faster. Rostra, not far now. Okay, so it's like the top left-hand corner. Oh, it's where this thing is, it seems. Maybe. Maybe. Here we are, through this door and downstairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life so much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, you should keep moving. I did. I have my prey return readied. Let's see what these catacombs look like. We're all here now. Yes, I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everybody onto the lift and down we go. Into the dungeon.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Northern Empty. Labyrinthos. Haven't heard this song in forever. It's a different rendition.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
Interesting.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
They're all excited.
It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Oh yeah, she has the Heidel's gift too. I thought maybe.
Did you call to me just now?
Oop.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
You okay? The big old Monka S. Could be what's happening now, maybe happening what happened at the first, where people started hearing Heidelin. But maybe people are hearing Zodiark. The music is something else. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. It needs hauling. I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock to labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago even. Then, with no warnings at all, this mess got dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? Bruh. Your exchange for Jenna has taught you about taking stock in labyrinthos. Go over here. Dude Bunny. You here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood of an idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to pack marmots running loose. Well, I just saw you talking, people. Exhausted gleaners. Thief. Let me think. The reseeds should be item 1058. Yada. My head feels like it's stuffed with mako grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Wait, they're taking out stuff and not putting it in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone makes the Corthian carrots for Gurabanian carrots? What then? Large shipments coming in and out of labyrinthos. Yeah, look at... Oh, he stole us down here. Yo. This looks cool. Oh, and I can mount here? Oh, yes. Give me that. I mean, it's slow, but at least I can mount. Hey, look, Gerald. What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning. Oh, jeez, why did I click? We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Alright. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. For a game, Gerald, I have an idea. Let's hear it. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he would be inclined towards more friendly and enlightening conversation. Okay. In the meantime, I will turn my charms up to this Gleaner here. We have compared notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Okay. Let's go get them marmots. Here's to help me find these marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out the goodness of your heart, you'd be welcome the assistance. Yeah, out of the goodness of my heart. It's not like I'm trying to pry information out of you. The name is Arenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. It's fucked up. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are only marmot species on this tier present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack gently, of course. Yeah, okay. Where to begin, you wonder? I'm not seeing any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search in the surrounding forests. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on your marmot. Or you. Oh, this is like an actual area. All sorts of trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is yours. Good luck. Alright. It's about this way. But while we do that, hit the aether compass while doing this. I guess I'll just go over here for a second. There's one. There's one. Yeah, I haven't practiced my rotation in a long time. The life of a tank. Chirp, chirp. Okay, come on. All right. People mining out here. Keep going to the east. Oh, there it is. See, they did it again to where, ooh, let me, Serves you right, trying to sneak on by and have me get targeted. You really tried sneaking that by. I thought Salted Earth was supposed to be off global cooldown. I thought. I'll burn all my MPs, son. Right? Okay, to the south this time. I have to go down here anyways. Just gotta avoid the trolls. See, where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, I guess it is off global cooldown. I don't know what I was talking about. It almost seems like they scale these things to your job, almost. Could be wrong. It feels that way, compared to the troll, level 80 trolls. Get in the sack. And it ran away. Okay. Alright. Don't worry, don't mind me, just trying to save the world. By saving rodents. What the hell is this thing? Like a lantern? Yeah, in the Stormblood, the way that they placed Aetheryte currents, like in some places, was just incredibly ridiculous to get to. They were like intentionally made to be a pain in the ass. I think they changed their ways a bit in Shadowbringers, but it looks like they're kind of trying to bring it back in ENDWALKER here. Just not as extreme. Prepared for its speed this time, you exceed and close the sack over the quarry. Alright. Guess I could go and attune over there, but they'll probably put me there eventually. I couldn't see why they would have you venture out that way. It'll probably be after this quest too. You know, it's like you see the pattern when they design MMO quest lines and stuff like that, but it's like, let's chop it up a little bit and let's subvert some expectations. How did you fare? I tracked down the 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. There you go. There's an odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. It's fucked up. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up so well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You got my thanks. Who tasked you with capturing them in the first place? Good question. Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos now in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't understand what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt that they serve dinner today or tomorrow. Should have just gotten a bunch of Vieira together. Well, minus the eating part. Or plus the eating. There you are, Gerald. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Krell, the student of Baldessian, and these others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? That's what I'm always saying. Arabella G. Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more of your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work for some 4 days after the Telephori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity, thus I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was so sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. True. They already knew what was going down, and they're already looking for an answer, and they're just trying not to cause public panic. That's my guess. Maybe. Hey, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it in effect. And the Telephori's declaration was what set it all into motion? So it's either they knew that Telephori was going to fuck shit up over in Garlemald, or somebody, or the Forum themselves sent over the Telephori. It could be one or the other. Seems likely, but let us not leap to a conclusion just yet. Okay. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation on Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Arkelon. From there, we can reach the lower... Ooh. Wow, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that'll stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to Arkelon. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Cool. Cuckoo. Yep, right to the aetherite. Right? Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Nice gentle music. While we're doing this, keep checking. To the southeast, it said, or southwest? Southwest. Interesting. Is it down below? I think it's down below. And now southeast. So one's going to be down below and one's going to be southeast. Okay. Behold the Archeon. Or the Archeon. I kept reading that as an L. As Numenon serves as Charlian's literary archive, so does the structure house of the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlian's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Reading's hard. Note is gazing into the Archeon with an appraising look. Oh well, when we learn anything of value standing out here, let us proceed to the main building and speak with the custodian. We'll get one of them glowy weapons, you mark my words. Let's head up the aetherite first and foremost. This is kind of a cool place, though. Ah, a gemstone trader. What kind of gemstones, though? You have now access to reach the gemstone exchange. Yep, yep. They use the same gemstones. I bet somebody's sitting on a lot of gemstones right now. Good for them. There's a junk monger. Oh, did I get anything off of that quest? Doesn't appear that I did. Okay. Okay. I see, I see. Oh, the Pirogos. So, greetings, we are here to peruse the Archeon's vault. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given belief that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. So it's probably like a dump room. Not us, then. I suppose we better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we have at least make use of that? That service has long been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? A bit rude. Students of Baldessian. Oh. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I would like to pursue this one further. Yep, we're going to be sneaking. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by our heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It's likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might... Jesus. They're really pumping the thesaurus into everybody, aren't they? Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Okay. Alright. Let me get a little leg stretch in there. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Double check. Something here? Yeah, I do believe we are looking good. Speak to people outside the Archeon. Sure. Hey, buddy, can you put me in a crate? Stick me in? That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. We're going to be stuffed into crates. Am I taking a lift? No, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even if we tried. Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Okay. Final days, okay. Squeal, squeal. Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Right? Because they were saying that, you know, strange creatures arose from the creation magics going haywire. Over here. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment of rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out of the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Okay. Forgot I can mount. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna swap it out. Going with the shark. Yeah. Shark time. Go away. Go away, go away, go away, go away. It's the same guy. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I didn't mean to be so rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. Oh, well. You want to help me with this one too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but one I'm after today is the hornbill. Feathers are green and its cry is distinctive. Caw! Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. Okay. Let's go. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Green quills. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera as well as zoom in. Target the hornbill and use the blowgun with... Bleh. Okay, it says caw. Pretty sure it's this one. That was it. First try. Easy peasy.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
So do they have Scottish accents too? I assume? Maybe.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Yeah, I shot a big green bird with a sleep gun.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
You heard me.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Oh.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Messed up. Why even, like, pursue something like that?
Facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with the Hornbill? An experiment?
Practicing creation magic?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
So they're preparing for the apocalypse.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Looks like we're gonna hide in the crate.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Good day, son.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine.
Routers. Let's get southwest. Where we at? Where we at? I want to deal with these guys. I just want to see where the good old aetherite crystal is. It's all the way down there. I am not jumping down there. Nope. 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 Anything over here? Or southwest? Perhaps it's this building. Maybe. Or is this just another way up and down? Can go in here. Yeah, it's probably down there. Dang. What about now? To the west? Nope. How many aether currents are there? A bunch. Okay, I guess it's a little bigger than what I expected. I'm supposed to go over here first? No, I'm supposed to go in the cave and then around, right? I'm assuming. Or not. Man. Got a little bit of a cough. Apparently my folks got the COVID. It was a bit unfortunate, but seem to be doing all right. This must be at the entrance to the mine shaft. Oh, I thought I was in the right one. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures honed by their researchers. You think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps before we continue. Let's see what we got here for headgear. Let's see what the game handed us. Bruh, like, I can't get behind this helmet, bruh. It's like a little army helmet that's backwards cap almost. It's a bit weird, not gonna lie. Anyways. Is it better than what I'm wearing, though? Nope. Definitely isn't. Alright, let's go. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it may be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the end of the tunnel. Okay. Okay, Alice. Okay. Okay, Alice. Whenever you say. Sorry. Not sorry. Survey the area and defeat any enemies that appear. It's just a big old cave with the same repeated texture all over it. What could it be? That's a hostile presence. Hello. Whoopee. Mm-hmm. Let's get the hang of like a few of these things and just kind of like pop off a little bit here. There we go. I like how my shadow makes footstep noises. What? Never heard that sound effect before. Perhaps it's new. Reminds me. I'm gonna need to do the dark quest line, aren't I? Yep. Let me take a look at this real quick. Deals damage to all enemies in a straight line before you with the potency of 600. Okay. Reduces damage taken by a party member or self by 10%. Okay. Salt and darkness. All enemies standing within the corrupted patch of salted earth take additional damage for the first enemy and for remaining enemies. I mean, alright, I guess. It's just another defensive, and this replaces Flood of Shadow. Yeah, this just replaces, like, what is it, the Edge of Shadow. Because before people would have to, like, choose between this one and this one, I thought. Yeah. I always liked using this as part of my opener. Having it as 600 does get rid of the extra button, which to me is better. It fits my playstyle. Did they reduce the cooldown on this? Or no, I was spending my time reading. Is there Aetherites in here? The northeast. Did I miss one? I think I missed one. To the north. I see where it's at, or where it's potentially going to be at. Before I go outside, I'm going to go over here. This Aether current. Probably going to be around this corner. Bam! Look at that. Oh, look at that prediction. He's a genius. Pretty sure my push to mute is working. Every time I cough, I mute. That's why you see myself freaking out. Here we are. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arenville's assumptions holds true that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. I think I'm starting to understand now. So I think this is all tying to how Charlene got founded through the Rodagan that founded Charlene. Like, he predicted the Great Flood, and so he moved everybody, and then fighting spread, and then, you know, it needed a branch off and stuff like that. But I think this might be the sort of magics that, you know, they're using to predict that they need to get the fuck out of here. Let's follow the path for the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Any aether currents down here? I'm like scratching my neck feverishly. Ugh, need it. I need flying. I'll have to do the side quests too. What are we looking like? Some stuff to the north, 200 yams to the north. Okay. Looks like a bunch of stuff from Lanaska. I know where we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation and allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees these efforts. The fruits of research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners here about, yet these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivation. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Nodders. See what you can coax from these workers. The rest of us will do the same and cast about for useful clues. Nodders. All right. Where was that aether current? Okay, it's to the north. I'm sure I'm gonna go that way anyways. Oh, hello there. We're expecting visitors. Now with these use of lift being restricted, how did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has this filling orders and lists a mile ago. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with a vague assurances that all will be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Bro, they're apocalypse preppers. Alright? You can't. They got their mind set. They know doom is coming, and they're just trying to help their people and prevent their culture from getting wiped off the face of the earth. They don't care about everybody else. At least the Forum don't. So it seems. So it seems. Huff. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some have been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop a hill over there. God's hauling the lot up the slope was a job and a half. Okay. Gonna stow away in the crates, maybe? Possibly. I know our asses are going in a crate. Hello. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions are here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that native to a particular locale in a very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Islabard, or Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad floral and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvus before Imperials renamed it Locus Amanius, or Amogus. Not Mogus. Lose my mind. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment. One whose climates have strove to recreate within the confines of the Labyrinthos. It has since provided a rich foundation for countless experience in cultivation. Okay, okay. Now, where's that aether current? Northeast? Excuse me. I am not to be bothered with you. Or where are we at? The east. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's up there. It is not up there. It's gonna be down there, isn't it? No. To the south. Oh, come on. Alright, I'm jumping down. Whatever. Of course. This thing is a bit of a fighter. Yeah, let me bring some cooldowns here. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, grab the ether current. Don't help me out whatsoever. Yeah, you could handle that one yourself. You can handle that one yourself. I'll grab the aether current and not even help me. Nope. I'll be on my way, good lady. If you are one. And that's not to be like transphobic or nothing. I'm just saying shit at this point. Alright, back at it again. Yep, we're getting in some boxes. Of course.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Interesting.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Okay. See a flower guy. I too like to ramble on for like 5 minutes and not let another person get a word in. Yeah, this dude came by and talked about flowers.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Deus Ex Machina, is that you?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Archaeon. Yep. I got it right the last time.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
Oh, he a friend of a friend.
Drop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions, and no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
You okay, Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan. I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
What? What is she talking about? What is she talking about? Alright, I will be right back. I need to stretch out the old leg and hip, because I'm in pain. Pain. Alright. Back at it again. I'll give this a good solid, like, another half hour, I'd say. Perhaps finish up this part of the questline. We'll see. Is Cryo feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. She's literally standing right there staring at the flowers from there. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Okay. Yes, mother. Erenville was headed westwards along the path. Come, we will catch him. Make him feel things. Gotta go down here, right? No, I jumped without checking. Okay, to the west. The old building. The place is cool. Not gonna lie. I'm just feeling like it's missing a little something there. Like maybe they should have, like, I don't know, divided the lands into like these different kinds of biomes. I get where they're going with it. Hold a moment, I have an idea. Memory serves me, that colossal wall-like structure is Logistocken Beta. One of Labyrintho's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, I would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Arendelle in the company of said agent, we cannot expect him to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we'll have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Something tells me Graha is nearby. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Okay. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Why not? It'll wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along to catch up with Arendelle. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Be here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creature's whereabouts? In that form, you're essentially defenseless. Okay, so we can't get hit. You have changed it to a toad. You must remain transfigured and progress with the quest objectives. You will return and transfigure if you move too far away or if you're mad. Okay. Okay. Little mini game. Okay. Ribbit, ribbit. Okay. Get a little refresher in there. All right. A little silly, but whatever. Where is the location? Oh, it's all the way in the middle here. Okay. Don't have a sprint. Oh, it's 29-minute buff. Just can't get hit by the big baddies. The area. Okay, okay. We'll go down this way. We'll go down this way. Alright, what do we have here? The bridge. Then why do I gotta click on one of the toads? Yep. Ribbit, ribbit. Okay. Ribbit, ribbit. Okay. Well, let's keep going across the bridge then. Yeah. Perhaps I gotta go up? Want to. Certainly don't want to. I'm going to assume you could take the path for the most part. Yep, there it is. There it is. Easy enough. I guess that's why the silly music was playing.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing
I recognize
tasks
you.
in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
The greatest good or your greatest good?
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
Yeah, okay.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
While I do have my reservations about the forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Yep. What it all boils down to. Just understanding.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yep. I thought so. That's pretty good. That's good writing right there. That's some damn good writing. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specialized in animal procurement would not so easily be deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put us in his trust at the same time. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This a momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telefori's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. They're ignoring the request for aid because then they wouldn't have enough time to save all the knowledge of the Sharlayans. So they put their trust in us? Maybe? I don't know. Something's a little off. Just a little off. I see you here again. Finish. As they staring off in the direction of the party, look on her face. What we at here? Do like a couple more missions here. Forum and command of all its resources. Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ishtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. Okay. Let's get it done. So where are we here? Okay, we're nearby. What? But while we're here, southwest. Gotta get that aether current. Handy. And more southwest. Is it up? Oh, it's on top of the building. And look, I have to go all the way up this mountain around and to get to the top of it. That's pretty cool. That feels so good. To be honest, it literally feels like you're trying to take a leak and you pitch it off halfway. Not a good feeling, devs. Stop doing it. But tucking it into a corner or being clever with hiding it like under something, it's cool. But having to like backtracking feels bad. Backtracking really feels bad. Anyways, I'm digressing here. Southeast? I think it's way down there. I just noticed it's like man, this place is a lot bigger than I thought. To the south? Yeah, it's gotta be in there whenever I get around to being in there. Okay, now it's a bit of a cool design. Yes. Oh yes. Oh man, getting them good old sharp pains in my hip. Not the biggest fan of it. Not the biggest fan of this arthritis in the spine, causing all sorts of complications. Hopefully it'll get fixed soon. Welcome back. I trust you found Aaronville then? Yeah, magic was terrible. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even that something was simply a confirmation that one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss of how we will proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Okay. Okay. Considering I'm gonna have to be like the sole witness to this, I think something's about to happen here. My spidey senses are tingling like a motherfucker. No, I'm going this way. Skirt, skirt. Pedro. No, thank you. No, thank you. You can stay over there. No, thank you. You can stay over there. Alright, where were those flowers again? They should be up here, I think. Thought. Perhaps they got moved. Garlic laying around? Interesting. That's probably Maybe she did find her way back. Real big maybe, though. You offer Aether candy? No, decline. People are already flying around. That's cool. That's some sweaty people. Come on, where are you at? Maybe they're inside. If there's an inside. Let's see. Nope. The fact that she's so small too makes this very annoying. It will loop around. Away. Way go away. What is that? Confused. Never seen that before. Is that a sage ability? Cryle. Where are you, Cryle? Show yourself. West. Battle music ain't too bad either. Cryle, where you at? Are you up top? Are you up top, Cryle? Considering how this place has been putting Aether currents, I wouldn't put it past them to put it up here. I wouldn't put it past them. I guess not. All right, this is getting a little annoying. A little annoying. Just keep looking around. Don't tell me that was it. Oh boy. Okay, back at the flowers. Turning red.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Oh, it was Heidelin.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Why can't you just show up as a ghost form again?
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment.
Okay.
It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair.
Wait, you just told me to be free and do what I want. Why are you telling me what to do?
Others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself.
Whoops, didn't mean to click there.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
Why do you seem so sane?
We've done nothing wrong.
Oh boy. Smells like a prison break time. Oh boy.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Well, because it's true.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Oh, he mad.
Clandestine?
Oh, he big mad.
We may not have entered Sharlayan.
He's using big words too. He's that mad.
Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
Voice acting is pretty good.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Gra! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Oh, he went and did a sneaky. He was a sneaky cat dude.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Like Heaven's Word going to trial in the beginning. At least that's what I gather. Oh, they mad. Oh, they big mad. Let's go and get straight to the point. Let's hear it.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Yeah, but involved doesn't mean, like, people who are doing it
Loose in our
try
city,
to stop it.
these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Excuse me.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Outspoken counselor. Or she going to go Arthur on her?
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
It's the worst kind of doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your Momentous duty of an age long past, that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
Yeah, true.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Shady stuff going on.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Yep. Called it. They don't care the world's ending, they're just trying to make
The
something.
most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives.
Get him, Graha.
Now,
Get him.
there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
So during the first calamity? Or after? Right after?
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know that.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Oh, they got some sort of spell cast on them.
Yes.
Ew.
We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
No, just... We were just asking for help in the previous expansion. I mean, come on.
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Get it, girl. Get that shit. You tell them what is up.
Such misguided zeal.
Such nonsense.
Father, Master Fortuno.
Alphanon, come on.
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
I'm putting you in handcuffs.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
True.
No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Somehow I don't trust him.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
You know that ain't gonna work.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Some people not raising their hands.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions,
Man,
who've
recount.
heard the Forum's judgment.
Kekona.
Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
All right. All right. I think that's it for me for today. Very interesting so far. I may or may not stream this again tomorrow. I know my schedule says Wednesday, but if I could get some work done ahead of time, I'll probably just load around up again tomorrow. But anyways, I'll catch y'all later. And yeah, have a good one.